G'day, g'day, g'day. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Yeah. Oh no, what did I screw up yesterday, man? And then we want this. Except that we want it to be muted, and we want to be in sword mode. And then we want this. We want to be in audio goes through headphone mode, and we want to be in that. Sweet nostalgia. Okay. I will refill my drink. And it will probably be time to start. Mm. Mm. And back precisely on time. Yeah. Go, 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 go. No, that's not what I want. There we go. That is what I want. Hello and welcome to the Ball Plays. More custom maps here in Railway Tycoon 2 for Choo Choo Tuesday. I went through the list of custom maps again and we have a whole bunch of extra ones to look at. What do I feel like starting with? And good day, Choo. UK and Ireland. Have a look at this. as much event. Whoop whoop! Good day, Vomo. I was actually thinking of you just before the stream started about your comment about my scenes and how you had probably said jokingly that Blobber's scenes are like trains, trains 2, trains 3, trains 4. And just how funny it was that you were saying it jokingly, or at least I suspect so. But it's actually very, very true. Okay. Start at the beginning of the railway era. Connecting up the towns and cities of the British Isles, cities will demand payment for access rights, but they do pay bonuses for direct connections between other large cities. So what, there's lots of little... Okay, so there's lots of little access right things. But it doesn't look like there's any goal. And so, I'm sorry, but... you have failed me, map. You're a cool map. And it's kind of interesting to fight the AI over all of these little accessy right things, but... I don't actually do that. I don't have things at the top of the list. My list is inverse sorted. I scroll to the bottom of the list for the newest things, because that's where it shoves new things. But anyway, this one fails. UK and Ireland has no goal. Otherwise, cool. I do quite like the having to pay cities to gain access to them little concept. Okay, what else can we look at? Well, I still kind of feel like Britain, so... Hello and welcome to the Blaze Railway Tycoon 2 here for Choo Choo Tuesday. Checking out some more scenarios. We'll now have a look at, seeing as a slightly different UK map just failed us, for want of an actual goal. Britain v1. The day the world changed. Is that different to this? Yes. Holy moly, there's a lot of computer players. Do you want to start your own company or take over an existing one? Share prices will be especially lowered for 1 month to enable you to assume chairmanship, so press pause. The map has measles. There's a lot of dots on the map. I'll start my own, thank you. Britain's Industrial Revolution awaits your attention. There are many different targets that will gain you points, or lose them. And what do points mean? Prizes! The targets include, on a yearly basis, personal wealth, company profit, company profits. Oh no, company goodwill, sorry, company profits. Railway size. If you take over a company, your goals will be revealed then. For gold, you need 100 points. For silver, 90. For bronze, 80. Okay, minus 10 points, and it's game over. That's interesting. We haven't seen that kind of thing happen before, where it's got a game over condition for that. Any company will pay 10% tax each year. What? What? Restrictions. Track must connect to an existing railway. Yeah, okay. You can only connect to London once. Once you've connected to London, you will only have train running rights to that station. I wonder how they manage that. Industrial building costs twice as much to buy, even though their original price is given. Okay, so don't buy industries. There are hidden territories that will stop certain routes, and you'll not be able to buy every industry. Capitalism has fallen. To expand, you need to you need to haul the targets set in the status report. Okay. For your company to survive, you must haul 60 cargoes in 10 years. Now we're still paused. And we're in a position to start a new railway. Fancy Finn Boys. Fantastic trains. Fancy Finn Boys, fantastic trains. And we'll go with the train logo. Now, do I want to invest more of my money? I can't. So that's all we got to work with. New railway approved. Let's actually have a look at the map. Oh, wow. Maidstone, Battle, Hastings, Seaford, Littlehampton, Petersfield. Look at all these millions of little towns. Though many of them are only like 2 houses big. In fact, very, very many of them are only 2 houses big. Jake's hometown might even be on this map. Have we got air? We've got air. Castle Douglas. Kirkcudbright. Kirkcaldy. Haddington. Anyway. What resources does the map like? It likes alcohol, apparently. Because there's lots of troop. Alright. Perth is on here, we could visit Australia. I actually very much like Perth. Perth was like my city, but like times 1.5 times as big. And they actually had less shitty buses. They had pretty nice buses. Still not as good as the trains, but considerably better than the bus system here. Okay, so it was alcohol. What else do we like? There's a lot of Welsh coal. But not actually that much demand for coal. The ports produce cotton. Sure. There is plenty of cow. And cow goes into food. We already saw that there were a reasonable number of fashion things. There is a huge amount of grain consumption, but only really the East Coast has any amount of grain production. The iron spread is a bit like the coal, except more in the lower Midlands than the Northern Midlands. Apparently there are no trees in Britain. Oh no, here we go. There are some logs. But again, they're basically only in the Welsh. Well, the Welsh and Scotland, seemingly. Milk. But I don't see any milk processors. Sadly. Then produce. Yeah, there's a little bit of fruit. Sugar. I don't think there'll be any sugar. Ah, ports produce sugar. If you feed them goods. Okay. And there is some wool. Well, the obvious place to start would be London. So do we want King's Cross or Victoria? Paddington. Ah, no, that's an opponent. That's Great Northern. This one is London Brighton. And this one is... So Great Northern? It's a bit unfair. Why does Great Northern get to have two? Well, good for them. People. Aside from London, where are people? Because there are an awful lot of people in London. Actually a fair few over here. Because they're pretty great. They are great. Northern. Ashford. Ashford. That's the name of the suburb where I was born. Dover. Canterbury. The trouble is, wherever we pick is where we have to spread from. Remember that it did say that track must connect to existing. So wherever we pick to start is where we have to expand from. So choosing a corner is kind of a bit silly because we can only expand in one direction, whereas picking something a bit more central is probably the right choice. Rugby. Hail, Alan. G'day, g'day. Wolverhampton? Where is, Where are the larger ones here? He is fairly big. Nottingham and Derby. Leeds is actually quite big. 1, 2, 3.5. And I'm not used to seeing a Britain map with it so lumpy in the middle. This is actually probably the most realistic terrain Britain map that we've seen. At a guess. Not knowing beyond that this is somewhat lumpy. And that there's lots of hilliness here. Not knowing tons about Britain, sea level geography sort of stuff. Almost Wellington Borough. No, I think here, across to Huntingdon. Kettering Huntingdon wins. How much do I want those cows? Your company isn't... Oh, we've got track limits per year. Well, that's another thing that we hadn't been told about. So... Yeah, that looks fine. So pick whichever one of these is actually reasonable. The way that was described was... well, that's not how I interpreted that. It might have been what it meant, but that isn't how I interpreted it. I interpreted it as there was probably lots of zones and states, and you had to buy access into more. Or that some events would happen, but maybe they meant that you're meant to do it this sort of way. With the purchase limits. I should start with the one with the more population first. If we've got limited track, then the only question is... damn it. I don't get to have that extra cow. Well, sucks to be me. If I don't get to have the extra cow, there is the winner. Kettering and Corby. No, it's not that. It says something else. What's going on? Why aren't I allowed over here? It's not just from lack of track. It's something else. So this is how I interpreted the thing that Vummer was saying. Maybe they meant this. That might reach where I want it to. No. No, it does not. They could have told us how far we reached to start with. That's really rough, because now it doesn't reach anywhere. Yeah, no, that's just gonna have to be a restart. Which is fine. Make my own. We've done doing the looking around. Yes, fancy Finboy's fantastic trains. We're not allowed very far. We're not allowed very far. You could become William of Daventry. I mean, here's just too many houses to not use. So where's the next biggest blob? And can I trick it into letting me build across multiple zones to begin with? Not really. Ugh. Yeah, Peterborough isn't terrible. But you're not allowed to build out of there. I might have to pick something a bit smaller. Just so that I'm allowed to build between them. Boston. Analysis paralysis. Pick something and do it. Sure. Can we get that to happen? Nope, not even that's too far. Just want to connect those. There? Oh, the 4 is a bit disastrous, but they might be up to speed enough to handle that. Is actually somewhere it will let me draw the track. One, two, three. Oh, they want it to be there. That is so much milk that is going to go to waste. Well, let's try. No more vacillating. Have I thought about investing in cheese? A perishable resource. I'm going to need that other house, I think, but... 1, 2... Actually, no, I don't need that other house. I get 3 pairs of houses regardless. So we should optimize on distance pricing, which is about there. About Milton Keynes and the Basingstotes roundabout. That's as good as we're getting. We do get 3 pairs of houses on this end. It wants food, it wants alcohol. This end could produce alcohol eventually. We need to pick a Choo. We have got some actual grade, so normally I go for the John Bulls, but in this case I think the Dewitt Clinton is the correct choice. We get our 1 delivery of milk, and then never again. Balloon. Balloon. Check if there's a better... Not really. There's a better person, and go. Now, do you get up to speed enough that those hills don't murder you? Sorry, what? No, I don't. I don't have negative wealth. Why are you lying, game? I have positive wealth. I mean, it gets over the hill, but it does slow down a fair bit. Everyone's buying shares. Slow down. Woo. Grain, grain, and there's no point in grabbing troops. Water, yes. Sanding, yes. That'll get turned into alcohol. This end wants alcohol. The trouble is that early alcohol is extremely heavy. Brain gets twice as heavy when you turn it into alcohol. They're slightly too poor for that. The Manchester and Liverpool has out-earned us, but otherwise we're okay. The brain gets twice as heavy as well. Come on, get over that hill. Nothing but milk. Well, you're going to turn this into... I don't think I can justify taking 2 alcohol. It will be too heavy, but 1 alcohol shouldn't... Well, can we try 2? Let's go look at the train speedo predictor thing. No, we'll stick with one and see how bad one is. Agitation for reform gathers pace. Murmurs of riots if nothing is done. Unstable political situation results in economic troubles. Investors worried. We're meant to haul 4. Okay. Well, we've got the cash to double track this now. Start at the other end, grab a grain. Thought there was a grain, apparently there's not. Well then, have a second one. Grabbing an alcohol. Then we kind of need to connect down here and add in food. Perhaps across to here? Wait, what? It's a new year and we don't have new track? How is new track assigned in this scenario then? How do I earn more track? Maybe my track record isn't good enough, but boom shh. You wait for a grain, please. Like, supposedly I was meant to haul 7 loads during that time. There haven't even been 7 loads of stuff that I could move. Has that earned me more track? No. Okay. Yeah, nah. We are gonna have to do even better than that. Start my own. Okay, it can't just be a connection for passengers, it also has to have double-ended industry. And indeed, a short industry run is actually probably preferable. I'm not allowed to build any meaningful distance. Can I reach what I need there? Probably not. I might be able to stretch it to what I want. Just maybe. Yes! Okay. Sold. 1, 2, 3, 4 pairs of houses. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 pairs of houses. We can add in grain without too much trouble. Grain to food to other end. Grain to alcohol to other end. I need the track to exist there. Done. Now this is flat, right? Pretty perfectly flat, so we can go with the John Balls. Let's just check that they don't get... Well, actually they're slower once you have heavy shit. So fine. I'll accept the Jewett Clintons into my heart. And a second one going the other way. Can we take a loan? Is that allowed? No! I can issue stock though. That said, issuing stock would be bad because it would possibly send me into personal bankruptcy. Although, do we care? Do I need to be personally? Personal wealth contributes to winning, so no, I don't want to tank my own money to boost the company. I'm certainly not paying 13k for you. You're as good as we're going to get at the moment, seemingly. Go. See if we can manage to meet our quotas this year. I actually care about this one more, because I expect that one to be able to carry coal down to here. Yes, I'm sorry, I forgot to turn off the stupid dividend. I'm an idiot. Still no coal? The Finboy Flyer? Woo. Do need saloon, sanding water. Turn around. Thank you. You empty and then go get the grain. This then needs saloon water sanding as well. Please wait for 2. Grab 1 and head back. Maximum speed. Five. Might get done this year. Economy upturn proves to be a false dawn. Continued political instability. Economic recovery. Signs of the economic life have returned. It's a lot of newspapers in quick succession. Still not allowed to lay any track. You're going to turn that into food, which you then take to the other end. We will double track everything. Good. Nope, still no real advisors. Few passengers. Grab 3. Eight. 1 short. And still no new... If we don't get offered new track when I manage to deliver 9 in a year, I think we have to say this map is a bit silly and try a different one. Food is still in high demand, so yes, we can do another food to here. Britain loves you. Well, thank you, Britain. We've earned a point, but we were still 1 point short. And I'm still not allowed track. The button just says okay. We do need maintenance, and it should be on this end. And I guess we're going small restaurant, small restaurant. Small hotel, small hotel. Aren't these double their normal cost? Okay, this year we'll meet our number of deliveries requested thing. Like you're going back empty. In which case you might as well go straight to get the new grain. Food is down to 2. The country riots. Large-scale rioting across Britain as the reform bill is debated. Many think it will never pass. Investors panic and prices collapse. I'm still not allowed. I just want a bit of track game. Britain loves you. Railway expansion approved. Okay. So when you meet the number of deliveries thing, then you're allowed more track? Yes. Not a lot more track, but some. A kind of pathetic amount. 9. 9. Now do an alcohol run. Yeah, that's ludicrous, right? The amount of money we're earning compared to, Yeah, Goka, you're not wrong. Tiny ones between tiny stations, just to, like, deliver goods, might be unpleasantly useful. Especially because that way you can cheese not building any... Well, but you can't do that because you have to connect to existing stations. I was going to say, if you didn't have to connect to existing stations, you could just abuse it by building station and then another station a tiny distance away and, like, use 3 bits of track between them, but we have to connect to existing. Next question, does it accumulate? So if I have 8 that I'm allowed this year... Does not look like we will be meeting our quota this year. The reform bill passed. Absence of Tory lords allows political reform. Citizens rejoice! I wonder if the map maker is being legit here or having a bit of fun. Mansfield has nothing to do, so just empty and go back. Please ding before the end of the year. No! Britain loves you. Fancy Finboy's fantastic train. Splits 2 for 1. We only hold 5. And how's the desire for alcohol? Utterly suppressed. Whereas the food desire has recovered. So we're going to change the way you go. You go 2... to food, to here. And then 2 to alcohol to there, and that is the only thing you do in life. That way, demand can recover. Sure, we'll buy this. We're using every single cent of it. I have little else to do with my money. And I might as well buy that. One, two, three, four. Mail. Can you turn the corner before he gets here? Doesn't look like it. Ooh, we need a second one. Go. Again, we failed to hold the supposed number, but this year we'll be happy. Have one of everything, why not? Does it cost... It doesn't cost you tiles, it does cost money. They like to turn this bit of track from single to double. Doesn't cost us one of our 9 allowable tiles, but it does cost us 3k. Costs us $3. Doo, 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 doo. You just grab the mail. Buy that bakery. And the distillery. You're gonna get past here before he intersects you? Or just. Britain loves us. Railway expansion approved. We split 2 for 1. Huge amounts of money. More than double the required hauling amount. And we find out, does it aggregate? It does! Okay, so we've got 18 tiles to work with. What could I do with 18 tiles? Rolling in track, oh yes, a whole 18 tiles. Time to connect Scotland to London. We might be able to come down to Derby. Looking at it, Goka, based on this, I think you are supposed to take over one of the ones that they... The way they described in the intro, where you could cheese buying one of these out, I think you are meant to start with one of these already bought out. Like, they specifically say for the first month, all of these things will have basically zero stock prices so that you could take it over. And then you wouldn't have to spend your first year's track building this because you'd already start with it. So I think by choosing to not do that, you're kind of crippling yourself for this map. Let's see. And then 12 more tiles. Look at our mighty expansion. Derby has never been so happy. No, turn round. Actually pick up what's available. On the plus side, we're rich enough to double track it all immediately. As well as buy basically everything. We could also have a look at if there's better advisor man. There is. Fuel cost cheaper man is great. Add in one that goes our now longest distance. And in fact, then I think we'll change you to be the same. Britain loves you. Except we missed the thing by one, game. Why are you telling us they love us when we missed the thing by one? Slow down. You are already correctly balanced. As your company is doing so well, the chances come up to buy the territory rights of a company that has not built any track yet. For $500,000 you get 20 extra cells, but such an underhanded dealing will affect the public opinion of you. Yes, we've got the money. We met our target for the year. 30 whole tiles of track. I need the tiles! I need the tiles, Shadow. We desperately need those tiles. there is probably about perfect. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. The question is, where do we connect it to? We probably change to having 2 doing this and 2 doing that. Down to every single cell. It's a bit like that. And we only have shitty bridges, right? We don't have good bridges. Colville produces timber. Paper, paper. All of these do demand paper. We could come down to here and get Ashbourne and get both of those. That's actually not that far. And that will get us wood and goods. Wood to paper. I should go for passengers. I should go for passengers. So... yeah. Just come across here. Commit to at least going across the bridge. Five pairs and timber. Sure. We're even going to use the track that the station comes with. We are that desperate. That extremely desperate. You are going to wait and turn that into paper and deliver it. There. What? Oh, wrong one. That one? There we go. Then take it up there. And that's your life. Doggo's having a... Doggo is anxious. I think because there's a visiting house guest outside, but she's stuck inside. Sand, water, saloon, restaurant, hotel. But we're too poor, so just sand, water, saloon. Even that's too much. I guess we can live without sand. So we added the paper. And 2 coal. We definitely should start delivering those papers and peoples. Double track what we can of this. Sadly, we only have shitty bridges, so we're not allowed to double track the bridge. And it is absolutely going to be a choke point. The Prussian starts to exist. Beat up one. Telegraph poles. How's our personal money? We could buy some more of our own company. Wasn't the one I intended to buy, but okay. That's enough for your hotel. Oh, we were one short. Ugh. Pain. If I add in a medium station there, we can also do the logs. There, deliver them to every location. Three, four. The bridge is slowing things down a bit. And we've got the cash, we might as well upgrade everyone to the Prussian. Right, considerably quicker. Less likely to explode. Everyone can get replaced. Our limit isn't money, our limit is track tiles. God, I wish we had stone bridges. The Mansfield Cannonball. Sure. You could purchase extra track. Yes, you've got me over a barrel. We at least met our target for the year. Between that and buying the other people's tracks out, we've got actually a fair bit of track to work with. I kind of like the idea of going to over here because it means we can also grab those cows. There's a bit of grade in there, but it's after a straight. Even just that gets us cows. Once we have the cash for the station. Hello, donked person. There. Double donk. One, two, 1, 1, 2. Okay, that's enough for the station. Which then I think is after this delivery between Colville, Leicester. Instead we'll run Leicester to here, so we don't have to cross this bridge as much. And that means you're actually going to want your own maintenance bay. Maintenance bay, check. Cows, absorbed. And now you are changing to Leicester, Oakenham Junction. We have less, only the logs and the paper. Pulpwood, sorry, should be coming across this stupid bridge now. And it still demands paper at a reasonable rate, so sure. Give it its earnings from people delivery upgrades. No. Try again. It is a fair bit of a slower start. Although they keep offering us the $500,000 track things now, so not as slow as it was. Yes, this is the last time we have to wait for that. Food, food. One passenger. Here, this thing. Yes, I'll buy the extra expansion rights for $500,000. We've exceeded the target as well. Oh yes, stone bridges. How we've missed you. Yeah. Rip money, but hello, logs and paper no longer causing stupid clogs there. You should not be going this slowly now. Come on, chop chop. Good. Less good is that there's apparently nothing for you to pick up. Two and two. The other one won't be that far away. Fully load, please. Log sting. Post office is available now. You're from Nottingham? Oh, welcome, welcome. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Just servicing you. Post office everywhere. Regardless of the silly expense. Done. You produce paper and people and food. Nottingham Mansfield. We met our target. Exactly. Only exactly. We had no spare capacity. Leave the food alone for one. 2, 3, 4, 1. When the bird songs are like your local birds? Very few games have kookaburra noises. So that doesn't happen for me. Seagull noises. I'll give you that seagull noises are pretty universal. We definitely have seagulls here. But kookaburra noises. I don't know if I remember a single video game that has had a kookaburra noise. Maybe Ty the Tasmanian Tiger had it. Maybe. I'm just forgetting. Okay, so where should we go now? And there Vummer chimes in, adding the same thing. Same comment. I am looking forward to, coming out in like a month, Broken Roads, which will probably actually have some kookaburra noises in it. I am very much looking forward to Broken Roads. I could add in this cow. Sorry, not this cow, this grain. Which could be delivered up to the cows to enhance the cow production rate. I guess the question is, where does the station need to be and how big? Yeah, that works. Hell, even that works. I could have saved a tile. The only downside here is that this one now needs a maintenance bay. So now we have a Prussian whose sole job is delivering grain to the cows. That is your life. You enhance the cattle output. How much more do we have? 35. Which is also a reminder that we should play Tie 2. Maybe that's what we'll do once we're done with The Simpsons. Simpsons current play. Ding! How many games have a man going this hard on a harmonica? Too few. Harmonica man who is supposedly Dolly Parton. I still can't believe that the YouTube algorithm-y thing still said, You've stolen Dolly Parton's music. This is Dolly Parton music. And it's the Railroad Tycoon 2 music. It's very much not Dolly Parton. Algorithm, you're drunk. You need to go home. I should buy the cow plant then. We're actually starting to do enough there. We should buy the lumber mill. We quite possibly should buy the paper mill. own the whole vertical structure. Please wait for at least 4. I know that sounds like it's going to take a while, but it's going to take a lot less time as soon as those grain are delivered. Expansion approved. We're in excess of our target by about a quarter. Actually, no, 2 quarters. By about a half then, yeah. Speed up one. We're about to be in the situation where I should nab all this food and deliver it to the north. Yeah. So grab a new Prussian. Your job is to go from Leicester up to... where? Probably Mansfield with the food. And then do the same thing, but do Leicester, Derby. And finally do... no, actually that's enough. You should just do those 2. It unfortunately means they need to do a U-turn, which sucks. But I'm not building a second bridge. That's not happening. We should buy the cow farms. And probably now these grain farms, actually. Woo! He is a leveraged boy. You better hope there isn't a market collapse. Sucks, but there's nothing for you to carry. Maybe next time. Really? We could also have a look if there's better people. Not really. Better advisors. Britain loves us. Expansion approved. Exceeded our target by a third. Good enough. Making good money, making acceptable money. Someone else has already bought it. Grumble, grumble. Making good money, making good money. Making good money. I should buy that. Making good money. Making good money. Recession ahead. Economic downturn renews radical politics. Chartists begin agitation to widen the franchise and reform elections. They threaten to hold a general strike to achieve their aims. City worried, causing share prices to drop. Oh, please say this guy collapses. So while the price is cheap, we should buy our own shares. Dunbar offers 300k if you connect to it. Riots and strikes. The mass protests by the Chartists led to riots. In other areas, strikes are being called. Wow, there is actually a Scottish line. Edinburgh down to Ayr. Yeah. Good enough. Holy sure, the economic downturn is absolutely crippling in this one. Look at how little we're getting for our cow suddenly. There's nothing for you to grab, so just go back. Maybe next time. Yeah, everything makes no money at the moment. Well, at least our businesses will make money. Yeah, there's the U-turn. Turn, U-turn. Really sucks for speed. Thankfully, it's not in anyone's way. Britain loves us. Profits collapse. We did not meet our target. What was the 80 for bronze in 50 years? Yes, he's got $1. He was margin called. He used to have like 4 million, didn't he? Oh, that makes it tempting to tank my own share price, but... There. I don't think I can justify much more than that. Economic recovery exactly after I buy the shares. Buy that. It's making good money a year. And a mail. Approximately infinite passengers. Infinite passengers. And 2 coal. Okay, and then what? Then what do we do? Economy fully back on track. He's no longer on the edge of exploding, sadly. Almost full set of passengers. Two and two. Oh, they've connected to the Basingstokes roundabout. So where should we go? I definitely have the tiles. I could add this and start having goods. Actually might be more sensible to do it across there. Yeah. So iron to goods to neighboring cities. It also conceivably lets us up our log absorption. Oh, come on. I can't get away with... That might work. But it doesn't look like I can get away with what I wanted, which was not crossing the river. Yeah, no. Not allowed to not cross the river. I still see lumber as pretty in demand. And paper is pretty in demand. Do I have one for logs and one for iron? I guess so. So what's the current one doing? Do you just come straight back? In fact, you can come straight back now. That is your new job. Come straight back, because that place actually does want wood, does want paper. The new one can be pulpwood, the paper, we'll wait for 4. Pulpwood to paper to up here. Pulpwood to paper to there. Do. Okay, and then we need the extra logs. So logs... Actually, we don't need to U-turn to turn everything into logs, because Derby can also do logs. So... there we go. And that should change how we do the other log person. It's pronounced Derby, not Derby. Where was the other log one? Where is the other log one? 3, 4, 5, 6. That one. You no longer do this. Your new job is here, there, there, here, there, back where you started. In groups of 4. Logborough produces chopped logs. Right. And then we want to add in 1 station to get these. Yes, please, but we're too poor. Britain loves you. Three. only mail and coal. Maybe next time you can grab passengers. Growing prosperity. We've got enough of this. And double that track. Then we need a bunch of these. We need iron to here to there. Iron to here to there. That's one. Okay, and then other than that, we need to use up the sheep. I'll even build a can pick up sheep slower thing. And for the sheep, we do sheep to there, to there, sheep to there, to there. Yeah, that should work. Then the only question is, do we need a second extra iron one? Whatever there is to grab. It does look like we're going to want a second iron one. So, second iron one we have. Except that guy delivers to Leicester. And Oakham. And then I have every excuse for buying all of these. We say yes, yes, yes. Rip money. Mansfield is busy enough to deserve the telegraph poles. We can grab some of the extra cows. Britain loves us. All in excess of our things. Earn a point. Lost a tiny amount of money, lost a fair bit of money, lost a tiny amount of money, lost a tiny amount of money, but next year it's going to be all profits. I'm with you, we'll buy you. Oh, I got the sheep one wrong. I did get the sheep one wrong. Sheep 1 needs to go to Derby, not Mansfield. There. Start your loop again, because you're screwed up. It's my bad. Good enough. And it looks like we might be... Yep, we're up to the age of the dining car. Chattenham offers a bonus. We don't particularly care. Grab what you can. Next time you hopefully can grab Infinite Cow. Well, Infinite Cow. 4 cow. And we're so far ahead of our cow loop. That you can now do some cow help. See if there are any better advisors. That might actually be better. So fuel is 100, unless fuel is... Well, as long as passages and freight is 2k, fuel is 1. Like, it's 2000k, this is 200 at best. So he is better. He will earn us more money than Cheap Fuel Man will save us. You shouldn't run out of sand, friend. Welcome, Carlin Raiders. For those who are just joining, we are playing Railroad Tycoon 2, a fairly detailed England map. At least southern England. Oh, southern Great Britain, I should say. It's all of England. Minus, like, Jersey Island stuff. Mining 1-2. should probably buy this. And possibly that as well. Come the start of this next year. Britain loves us. They're in excess of our thing. Oof. And now we buy you as well. And then we should also buy the sheep. What do you mean you're making negative money? What lunacy is this? Negative money? Happy Skylinesmas Eve. Overtide. Well, we'll see. Maybe it's good. Marius certainly seems to have been enjoying himself. I mean, it's already today here, Cal. One passenger. And no, I have no intention of playing it tomorrow. Currently, I have big plans for tomorrow. It will be the first of what hopefully is a long and enjoyable Lone Wolf Wednesdays. Yeah, we're going to need a second one of those. Are goods extra heavy? No, goods aren't extra heavy. Why are you so slow then, friend? Because somehow... No, you're a Prussian. Well, we'll just buy a second one anyway. We need it. We're not absorbing the iron quickly enough. What will be Lone Wolf Wednesdays? We will be trying to play the Lone Wolf Saga implementation of the Lone Wolf Choose Your Own Adventure games. The books. Because I really loved the books as a kid. And supposedly, in the like mid 2000s or something, the author like made them freeware, kind of. Like you can't literally buy the books for free, but the digital copies of the books are allowed to be reproduced and used as sourced by the author, which is very nice of them. And there has been a implementation that lets you play it digitally now rather than having to use pen and paper, and I can only say that I went through stacks and stacks of papers as a kid playing those Choose Your Own Adventure books. Good. I don't really like that. There. Not when we're so close to that. I might go up to 45? 50? 50. I don't think we can justify more than that. See how it goes. I don't know if it's going to carry over the saves between books well. It looks to work well enough for a single book. But, no, it's more a, sort of Dungeons and Dragons-like setting. Not quite so fantasy, but somewhat fantasy. You might as well grab all 6. Take all the cow. We might have to bump the wool one up to 3. It's taking that long to do a loop. But other than that, we should look at expanding. We have the rights. Rather than further clogging this, we'll find new lands to exploit. Rugby to Bedford looks okay. Something like that. It will accidentally eat part of your thing. Well, I could also put it there. Then it wouldn't eat any of your thing. It's a bit of an unpleasant grade. Now, coming over there is tempting in terms of grabbing more cow. And possibly grabbing those grain. That looks about right. Yep, it's probably as good as it's getting. Double track it. Both ends need everything. Rip money. In fact, we can't afford that. So dial it back. No hotel. No restaurant either for the moment. Need to wait a sec for slightly more money to come in so we can afford some trains for the new tract. Yes. Rugby to St. Neots. And we are early enough in the timeline that people still eat untinned fruit. They aren't so picky as to not eat untinned fruit. Two wiggles is a bit disgusting. But I really do want to grab all of these. Or even like that. 2 grain, 2 cows. Both ends of this can do cow, both ends of this can do grain. That's pretty fantastic. Now to see how terrible the grades are here on their speed. Britain loves us. Expansion approved. We 2-for-1 expand. A virtuous cycle. It was a bit tough at the beginning to get enough deliveries to get our expansion rights. It was a... Especially because it didn't tell you explicitly how you did it. Money into grain. See? That's going well. Did those actually make money now? Check. 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 Is fertilizer a waste? There is no, There is no... Oh! You can do chemicals, fertilizer, grain, more output. That's kind of actually necessary in, I think, the Poland map of the campaign. I feel like I always use that there. Why does this have alcohol? Surely I didn't deliver... How does it have alcohol? Oh, the produce! It turned the fruit into alcohol. We have some cherry... brandy or something. The bonus is tiny? Yeah. Or apple cider? Yeah, it could be apple cider. We got our expansion rights. Orange cider? Oh, I think I've heard of orange cider. There. You will want sanding and water. Okay. Then. Cow here, food. Cow here, food. We now have access to the American. Cow here, food. Cow here, food. The American is a significant strength step up, so we'll go up to 6s. And it produces 6 a year. 50% extra speed. Barely any extra cost. And it explodes less. Poops all over the Prussians. And then it's those, alcohol here, those, alcohol here. Done. We did make some pretty good steam trains. Choo choo. Once you got past the importing whole steam trains and assembling them phase. 2, 3, 4, 1 cattle. And of course, Cal. The most important of trains. Though it isn't a steam train. One more. Our Lord and Savior, the GG1. This is all going well. I am very much liking the new expansion. It is a little bit slowed down by that turn, but not too horrendously. They did not realize the miracle that they had created. Okay, and then you are going to become that and that. Yes. Britain loves us. Expansion approved. We hold only modestly in excess of what we need to. How else do we earn points? Thighs? It's unclear. They could have been clearer in the description about how those points are earned. Actually, you know what? We might even just have a separate produce one. I don't care about using the produce that much. What I do care is about upgrading everything else to the new Americans. Out with the Prussians, in with the Americans. This message is approved by Kaladin. Okay, we're all done. How many tiles do we have? 22 tiles to work with. Two and nothing. And what was the other one? This one. There is no mail, only grab passengers. We're still a bit early for World War One. We're still a bit early for World War One. Yeah, wait for a full set of 6. Doesn't bother us. Where's the wool one? Is it almost back to the start of its... I don't really want to turn the wool one up to 4, but it's looking increasingly like we should turn the wool one up to 4. Done. The turn plus the extremely heavy alcohol load is causing this poor American some problems. Now that the turn is done, it should be a bit happier. Good morning, Salah. We might do your rail next, Salah, once we've done this map. Let's see. There is a Salah map. Yes! Rather than running one that does 4, maybe we run 2 that does 3. Because it looks like otherwise we're not going to quite keep up with the production rate. There. Lego rail. If only there was a Lego train game like there is Lego kart racing. It would combine 2 of my loves. Maybe in the future. Okay, 3 million. What can we do with it? What can we do with our 3 million? There isn't really a way to get goods into this triangle. There's no nearby sheep or cotton. Nearest sheep is over there, which is kind of a fair way away. Money laundering? Yes, share buybacks. Stow on the Wold. Horncastle? I mean, there are some people here. It's not inconceivable to, like, connect down to, say, Telford here. Something like that. Or even that. How bad is this hill? Oh, it's a 4! Yeah, no. There's no way we can deal with 4s, right? Even the mighty American doesn't like the idea of 4. Now, the other thing is we don't technically actually have to connect to our track. We could connect off other people's track. Why does leg mean play? I mean, to leg it means to run. And that doesn't mean good run, like good play there. It means run. Oh, you mean Lego. We could hire a new manager. Our manager's already a pretty good one. I don't know that we're going to find better than extra money man. We can have a look. So many enemies. Yeah, nah. 5% more from all deliveries is probably better than anything else we got going on. I mean, there's groups of 4 houses here, but I suppose that's technically 6. The only nice thing about adding here is then we could expand the food deliveries and the alcohol deliveries, because otherwise I think these are going to get rather overwhelmed with alcohol deliveries. Or Oxford. I bet Cambridge is doing better. Yes, Darkstar. In the literal land of the future. He has Faroese under his belt, I think, Cal, but that's about it that I know. We could also take over his Coventry. Let the Kalmar weep. Zero sympathy. We could start saving up to come all the way down to London. Here, down to London. Ching, ching. Yeah, you know what? Let's do that. How many tiles do we have? Sure, let's wait until we can get down to London. And that means that we should now buy cow. And these 2 grain. That 1 bit of grade is killing you. There are lines where you can walk back and forth and be a time traveler? There are. Buy extra train track. How much does that give me? We met our target. We're at 14 points. 50. How much is it to approximately connect to where I wanted to here? I want it to be 1, 2, 3 tiles to the side of there. I don't think it's even worth spending those tiles there at the moment. What if I come down one more south? Then I miss out on a house. 2 houses. Well, else I have to blow stuff up. Is blowing stuff up more expensive as well? No. Well, you know what? Stuff be damned. Goodbye, cows. You're evicted. You don't have the rights to lay track down here yet. Let's grab that. Grab everything. And it's very much looking like we should go with groups of 4 rather than 6. But we'll have 2 of them. Well, actually, maybe we just have a separate one that does food to there. For Northampton. Sold. No one knows, not even the riders. But what do I do about not being allowed down here? Hold a plot device, and it works flawlessly. If we did go to there, how big would it be? Would be 2? That is not worth. Fine. I'll build that I wanted to save from building. Can I go over to Luton instead? If you won't let me go over to London... Yes, I am allowed to go to Luton. And that actually works pretty well. Cows. Cows are desired here. You can take them back there. Sure. Static sun would be awful. Nice, Cal. Think of the solar panels. If there was eternal sunlight. Grab the extra mail. Hello, Lutton. The Oakham Flyer, sure. Done. Now you need Sanding Water, Post Office, Saloon, Restaurant, Hotel. You need your Restaurant, Hotel, which we didn't buy at the time because we were poor. Okay, one American. Cattle, grain, grain, go. Now in future you wait for 3 cows, 2 grain, and that is your life. And then on the other end you bring back 3 food. We double track it. So I'm generous. And then we also have an express train. You get to deliver the 1 delivery of milk that you're ever going to do. I mean, time zones should be based around the most people, so it should be based around the midpoint between India and China, right? So it's the most convenient for the greatest number of people. Ugh, just after I buy the restaurants, suddenly we're allowed to have large ones. Oh, goodbye our money. Greenwich time is basically lining up with London Solar. It's London-aligned time. All time should revolve around Antarctica as to be neutral. Neutral my ass. I think you'll find... Actually, I don't know what Antarctica uses. I imagine they probably use Australia time. But I don't know the relative number of stations of the various kinds. In theory, most of it should be Australian. Rugby. We grab the produce. I guess we grab the produce. For one round, there's no passengers. Britain loves you. Highest profit. Really? Okay, and that earned us 2 points rather than 1. The treaty expires in, like, the 30s or 40s. I forget, Salar. And the treaty says that no new claims without invalidating the old claims, such as by Norway and Australia and... what's that country at the bottom of South America that claims some as well? Argentina. Without invalidating old claims, the treaty says no new claims. And otherwise says, how about we collect our rubbish and don't make this a hellscape. Yeah, I'm going to keep that like that. I can't be bothered microing that one. The penguins like it just fine. And the seals. Seals are actually pretty cute. Norway doesn't need more frozen stuff. That's not what they say. They say that some of it is theirs. Isn't it called St. Maud's Land or something? Maybe it's just Maud's Land. Might not be a saint. Okay, this should now be earning enough money. So should this one. So should both of these. Queen Maud Land. There we go. That makes 40k. That one apparently makes 0. 1, 1, 20, 26. I'm sure that's going to go up now that we're using it year on year. I wouldn't mind buying these 2 alcohol distilleries. We need a bit more cash first. They're quite expensive. And I wish I could afford to buy more while the share price is down, but I'm not going further into debt. Why would Norway get the most south stuff you can get? They explored there first, they claim. Control station. Things release at 6 p.m. Stockholm time, Nemi. For Paradox, almost inevitably. Okay, that's enough for that. Cal needs a press badge. Ding. That's unfortunate. There's now a second one here, and it's diluting our profits. Britain loves you. Highest profits. 2 points. So how long do we have? $30 years, we're earning 2 points a year at the moment. So unless I also get my personal wealth the highest, which doesn't look ultra likely. So we're definitely on track for a... We're earning 2 points a year, and we got 50 years. So that's at least bronze. And for silver, we've got 40 more years, and we're earning 2 a year, and we're already at 10. So we do at least get silver, but we maybe don't get gold. A, like Encyclopedia, and Fairy, and Damon. Really? Is Aether also AE? Well, where to add next? We've got money. We have available track rights. You gonna let me come down towards London now? Closer? They let me closer to London, but not quite into London. Why aren't I allowed to build there? Well, maybe we just add in Banbury. I don't want Banbury. What do I want? What if I tried to go over to Cambridge? Then you would also say no. You know what? Fine. Banbury it is. Fire ongevertrouwens. Looks hard to say. 1, 2, 3, 4. That. Double milk. Okay, one less passenger to do your first double milk, so that... It's my fault for not immediately starting you on the right end, but whatever. Okay, and then one that does grain. And then we could make these separate. So now it's going to be 4 and 4. And then one that does these 2 grains to here, and then picks up those 2 grains and takes them to there. Ding, ding, ding. And the other one just does cow, and it keeps them out of sync so that the extra cow production doesn't get... Like, if I'd have kept the grain and cow as the same train here, they would have got out of sync and gone bad. Whereas by separating them now, they will always run it as quickly as possible. And actually, there's something to be said for you taking them back to Banbury then turning those into 2 food. And maybe you'll be able to take 1 back as well. Once you're above millions, you should just use scientific notation. I'm sorry. Everything should be scientific notation. But you don't! You don't need words. Okay, then how do you express, like, 64 up knuth arrow 3? What's the word for that? Overflow? Still making the most profit. Fantastic. I don't really want to leverage myself too much more, but we could do a little bit more, maybe. I'll go to 120. And then I'll buy the rest back with company shares. Not allowed! Oh my. They could have told me about that earlier. I don't know what the actual expression is for knuth up arrow notation. Okay. So, it's an upwards arrow instead of a power symbol, Cal. It's very non-standard. Yes, it's standard for when you need very big numbers. Like, more atoms than the size of the universe. Big. You can turn it into normal exponential solar. Numbers that are sort of incomprehensibly big. Where it's not really possible for a person to get a sense of scale about just how mind-bogglingly big they are. Numberphile's great. He's a fellow Adelaidean. Ready for the win. Now, if I'm not allowed to... But I don't want to do that when there's other investors. No, we should just expand then. So how many tiles worth of expansion do I have? 12. Nothing. Football fields are better? You mean cricket pitches, Cal? It's one chain to the cricket pitch. Isn't it? I think it's one chain to the cricket pitch. I think that's one of the things that we still use weird units for. Or is it a rod? About those often. Yes, everything must be measured in Empire State Buildings. And all water measures in Australia can only be measured in terms of Sydney Harbour's worth of water. Occasionally, for very small amounts, it might be Olympic swimming pools instead of Sydney Harbours. Very occasionally. How much water is... Nobody knows, and that's the point, that they try and make it... Not even the people in Sydney knows. Does the average Berliner know the height of the, what's its name? I'm forgetting now. The big statue thing. The Brandenburg Gate. Somehow Kaladin knows it, proving that he's more German than everyone else, especially the Germans. Sure, we'll buy the extra cells. Am I allowed to go down to London? Still no. We've got a fair bit of track to work with. Where do we add? Oh, wow. He's infected Sheffield and Wakefield. Look at that network, though. A U-turn into hills, into... Blah, blah. You don't like Penis Town? That kind of works. 1, 2, 3. Is Scunthorpe on the map? There's not a search function. If you can tell me approximately where it is, I suppose I could quickly look it up. Scunthorpe. Seeing as you've asked. Have a look. Okay, so somewhere around here. Sort of meant to be a little way in here, so... Oh, it's up there. There you go. You have 3 houses and an alcohol distillery. You don't even have enough houses to demand food. Food is an unnecessary luxury for the people of Scunthorpe. Where do I expand? The arbitrary breakpoints were awful. That's not true, Cal, because it still generates more passengers. And you can build 2 stations. You can build multiple stations. To then get higher or less diminishing returns on supply. That's hard to justify. I just want to get to London game. Great Yarmouth. Surprisingly often, Cal. For the bigger cities, when they're very busy, I will do multiple stations just to keep passengers on a separate station from goods. Technically, here is something. How hilly is it if we come this way? I'm not allowed to know. Then I guess we go to Gainsborough and Grimsby. We will go to Grimsby. Shitty bridges. We're never going to cross these bridges. Time to get us some gains. Okay. And then are we going to do this with a zigzag? Or are we going to... That's just that we've run out of track. Fine, wait for next year. Wait for next year for more track laying rights. War in the Crimea. War breaks out with Russia. Prices of iron, food, and alcohol increased as the armed forces place large orders. You turned the people into Halloween. As long as they don't start spamming fa la 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 at you, Salar, be happy. Surprised that's mediocre. That shouldn't be mediocre. Oof. That one's less profitable, but still okay. Sure, we'll buy that one. And now this one, and this one, and... I'm sorry, what? Okay, I'll just buy that one if I'm not allowed the other one. Hitch a Lego Railroad game with me as a consultant. There is massive demand for this product. From me. Yeah, I have trouble understanding too. Normally for most maps like this, the way it works is there are territories here, and you can see all the little state lines, and you have to buy them into each other. I do not know how it's assigning my ability to, like, move further left or right. It feels like if you build a station in a zone, it maybe grants you access to the adjoining zones. So, like, if I came down to Watford, then it might let me build it all the way out to London. Yeah, this one has really weird things, Cal. There are hidden territories that will stop certain routes, and you will not be able to buy every industry. So it explicitly says in the description there are hidden things that you just don't get to know. Oof, we were beaten for profit by London. No! We get out to Grimsby. That's pretty good. Make it slightly further away. Grimsby Louth. To Scarborough. Or do I make this one Grimsby? No, because then the cattle wouldn't come there anyway. This one is fine. This end can have the maintenance bay. Double track the important section. Get one express running end to end. Okay, and then a food person who is going to go... How are you going to go, new person? You're going to go grain from there to that end, and then pick up this grain to here. So Grimsby grain down to Gainsborough, where it becomes its own food. You then pick up additional grain at Briggs, and you complete your loop. Yes. Do both of these or either of these want alcohol? Yes, and yes. Could we justify connecting across to here? Scunthorpe. Okay, and then we need something to feed you, which can be this. If I made that a big station, could you reach that? Okay, then big station you are, friend. Not large restaurant, large station. Well, the people that come here can eat well on the grain and produce. So now I want one more, and its job is to go grain, produce, alcohol, Grimsby, produce, alcohol, Gainsborough. Done. So I've got alcohol, food, express. This shouldn't ever need to be doubled, but let's just be nice and do the triangle. And we could come across to Skegness and Boston. Except we're out of track again. Which is the whole reason we built that big station, wasn't it? So that I didn't have to build track out to there. Fine. The Iron Duke starts to exist. These are certainly faster than what comes before. They even outpace the American by a healthy margin. But for 30% extra speed, you are paying double and a bit the fuel. They are fuel-guzzling monsters, so we will be avoiding them. The Iron Duke. Fuel-guzzling monsters. Owning the coal mines should help with your fuel costs. So you know what? We can have a pure fuel thing, so... that one, to that one, to that one. And then we could turn off these guys ever doing this. Safe in the knowledge that the coal would still get dealt with. They also explode more though, Cal, right? Above average to below average is 2 losses in explodiness. Yes, as passenger expresses, or if you go get half-price Fuel Man, they can be okay. Everyone's buying more of our shares. Stop it. Stop it. I'll go up to a flat 300. We don't quite own half the company, but we almost own half the company. What could go wrong? A lot could go wrong, because we aren't able to buy back stock on this map. The best I can do is funnel money to myself via dividend. And I don't want to do that until I have, like, at least 75% of the company. So otherwise it just feels like pissing money into the wind. As well as helping our competitors. Right? Because they own shares of our company too. Yes, you can go into permadebt as a person. And we use permadebt as a person as a tool sometimes. Artificially inflate the company price so that the company can sell stock more. Biggest railway now. So that the company can sell stock for a higher value and then, oh no, my personal money has died, but hey, the company's doing well and that was the goal for this map. But yes, there are definitely maps where we have been doing the going into personal bankruptcy and watching our money go negative and negative and negative. G'day, Resorty. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Thank you for the raid. For those of you just joining, we are playing a custom map here in Railroad Tycoon 2. Yeah, hello. Hello, 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 welcome, welcome. What were you playing? What were you doing? I hope you had a lovely time. Crosswords. Crosswords. You enjoy your Sunday newspapers and all of the crosswords therein? Or is it actually a game that's called Crosswords but has nothing to do with crosswords? Welcome, Gunner Tank. Choo-choo papa, choo-choo papa. Watching him melt the crossword is fun. He's really good at crosswords. Nice. Railways prove their worth. Further increases in coal production as a result of railway traffic. Oh no, he outranks me. Emeritus Professor, even. It's actual crosswords with strategy gaming in between. We've got $11 million. We should spend some of that money. How is this doing? Are you actually going through the grain? Kind of? What about Ninja? Isn't he your favorite Professor Solar? I am looking forward to Ninja recovering from his cold and getting to watch some Ninja. This needs a maintenance. You don't know Ninja? They're always here in chat. Always, Solar. Ninja is always here. He sees all and knows all, or at least knows a lot. Yeah, let's buy these and assume that they're going to be profitable. Same with you. And same with you. And same with this. And this. I'm not allowed to. Night Cow. Paladin's getting a good night's sleep so that he can binge City Skylines tomorrow. In air quotes. His tomorrow. Okay, what else can we do? 11 track isn't enough to do anything. At least nothing worth talking about. Noon here is... I'll have to fly over to Perth. And what could we add with 12? Nothing useful. So just speed up then. Wait for the end of the year. Yes, we'll buy the extra track. We win 2 of the categories. 40 years at 2 points a year. So we've absolutely got... So what was the easiest one? Gold is 20 years. 20 years at 2 points a year is not enough. That only gets us to 70. So we're probably getting silver. Not gold. I reckon the way they want you to play this map is to take over one of these at the start, like they said in the start description-y thing that you could do, and we just sort of ignored it because I wanted to build my own thing and give it its own name. I wanted to make Fancy Fin Boys fantastic trains. When does it launch? Almost everything that Paradox releases launches at 6 o'clock their time. 6 o'clock Central European. I have not been especially following City Skylines. I do not, as a thing, know, but I would lay on odds that that is when it will launch, because that's just when Paradox launch everything. You're welcome. So how many tiles worth of train can we do? 41. Are we still not allowed to go near London? I can probably make that work. Oh, that less so. It's a bit too steep. So wasted 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 bits of track. Where else could be useful? Well, we were thinking about adding in... Where was it? Around here. Boston and Skegness. And then we're out of track. So one more year and we can do Boston Skegness. People keep buying our bloody shares. Stop it. And actually, our purchasing power is kind of worrying. So... even though we only own about half the company, we are going to start funneling company money into our own pocket. Go. 1 year of maximum share returns. Watch our personal cash rocket up instead of being a worrying negative 9 million. Hello, Skegness. Hello, Boston. Not gonna generate huge amounts of money, but it's more. Go. Ugh. We need to expand some more so that we get the maximum size point for being the biggest at the end of the year. So where will we go? Oh, I said he skipped Cambridge and then he donks himself down in Cambridge. .22 track. I could be sold on doing cows to up here. Something like that. Yep, wants alcohol. We're no longer meeting the number of deliveries total target. All the more reason to do this. And this. Good. Okay, so we want one of you that grabs this to alcohol to back here, this to alcohol to back there. Done. We want one of you that does this to the cow processor to here. And one of you that does this to the cow processor to there. Done. Trouble is we need even more deliveries in a year, so how much more track have we got to work with? 22. How can we add the most extra deliveries with the least amount of track? Here to here doesn't look ultra terrible. Need like 2 more. And come as north as you can, or sorry, east as you can. Gonna need to be on an angle at the end, sadly. We need 1 more year's worth of track. That's going to give us a passenger. We can set up one here and it can be grain to cow, cow to food, food to back here. Little branch here could be even more food. Speed up. New year, do we have the new track? No, it wasn't New Year, it was March, okay. Then speed up even more. Yes, buy the extra track. Largest railway, but apparently not the most revenue. No, and we did meet our target. Yeah, slightly less profit. Ugh. Okay, over here we wanted this, and then that. Double track it. Okay. Good. Now, how's this going to work? Well, grain to there. And then that grain to here. To alcohol to there. And that's your life. Okay, then we want one that does cows. Good, and we want one that does passengers. Go. Now, it currently says it has no cows, but wait for that grain to get there and then suddenly it will be happy. How many more tiles of track do we have for this year? 14. Could we reach this without crossing the river? Absolutely not. But there doesn't look too bad. There doesn't look too bad at all. Where else could we feasibly use 14 track to get something to happen? I'm not seeing anything obvious. ScotRail is expanding further and further south. Let's have a look at the resources. This to here would be kind of acceptable. A little triangle. Coal to iron to goods to Durnham. But getting there would require a lot of track. He doesn't look like he's actually doing his coal. Right, so we could create this to there. It would use barely any track. In fact, we could make it so that it creates almost literally zero track. Ugh. There we go, one more tile. Done. And in theory, this eats coal. Take 4 coal a year down to there. Okay, where else? 17 track left. I suppose we should give one of them a sanding and water. Where else? And what else? Steel, coal, goods. It wouldn't be too hard to get this to go to here, to go to here. So the goods, well, these would become goods. Then I'd have to deliver the goods to that. And then the sugar would come to this and the food would come back. Something like there. To here, here. Here. So that's one option, and that would give us what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 4, 8, 12, 16 loads a year. Approximately. I have a hard time imagining getting better rate than that. Let's start working our way over to Ellie. Okay, and now even though we can turn down the dividend so that we don't have no money in the bank for the company. We've pushed our own value enough that we're not going to collapse financially. Yes, we will buy the extra track. Biggest Most profit. Met our target. Met our target exactly. Slow down. So we add in... Oh, I'm not allowed to go this way. It's just not allowed. Well, that's annoying. That's quite annoying. Hmm. Well then, you know what? Let's add in this. Except that it should go... like that. Yes. Warehouse, please. Okay. Now your job is to grab 4 of these to Boston to Skegness, 4 of these to Boston to Grimsby, 4 of these to Boston to Gainsborough. That will do nicely. What else can we add? $24 track yet? And I should make sure to buy those industries over here, because else this is not going to be a profitable undertaking. Okay. Here to there would work. Hell, it could even be a straight line. Ah, but it's simply not allowed. Well, what else then? Come up and do Greater Yarmouth to this. in future years. The new cattle finally gets going. Giving us an excuse to buy you and you. And you, and then this thing. Yes. It all looks good. First of the new sheep deliveries. I wish we could afford to build a little U-turn thing there. They're going to have to go up and then backwards. Britain loves you. Highest income, biggest railway, 3 a year. We're exceeding our target, but only modestly. 3 a year and we have 18 years. That's just shy of 60 points, so we need to earn a little bit more. It doesn't seem like we're going to get net worth. That doesn't seem reasonable. What could we do? What were the other things that could get us points? Company goodwill. Company profits. Nope, that's the only other one. We've already got railway size, we've already got goodwill, and we're already generating the most money a lot of the time, so it's only personal wealth. Well, what would we do about that? Nom 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 nom. Looks like that should be bought. And so should probably that one. And so should this. We could also use that wool now. So... this wool to Boston to... back to Boston, actually. Oh, sorry, back to Gainsborough. One sec. Cough, 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 cough. And that means you never need to deliver to Gainsborough. The other one is taking care of Gainsborough by itself. Yes, buy extra cells. Wish we could click it more than once. Biggest, highest profit. Britain loves us. And then it was this end. Almost there. Oh, it's 2 years worth of tracks unless we get offered another bonus track. Another bonus track rights. Double track. As much as we can. Having to do U-turns there is a bit unfortunate, but I guess that's what we're going to have to put up with. For the moment, do this, and we'll turn you to other purposes later. but it gets us more deliveries for the year. Yube Vale offers 100k to connect to it. They barely make money. You'd think they'd be earning more than that when we deliver 100% of their goods, but maybe it's going to need another year of warming up. We could also add in one more food. So what? Cow, produce. And then bring back food, alcohol. That's your job forever. Speed up. More money is good money. Yeah, we'll buy some more of our own stock then. At least up to a price of 80. Okay, now we own more than half of the company. Definitely more than half. We are majority shareholder. Yes, buy the extra track. Britain loves us. Highest profits. Biggest railway. Share price dropped again. I want a sensible share price. We own 4 of about 6, so we owe 3/4, let's say, of the company. Well, at least 2/3. Yeah, at least 2/3 of the company. I kind of like there. I guess the alternative would be to do here. Yeah, then we only need one turn. Fair enough. Oh, you're kidding. Fine. Wasted 6 sections of track. Give it everything. Okay, and now these guys that were doing the alcohol, you have new jobs. So you are this to food. To there. Yeah, you might as well head there. And then, same deal for you. Okay, so now this is serviced for food. But not both sides are... So the other one, this one, can do that, but half the time deliver the alcohol and the food to the other one. Wait, what's happened to this producing alcohol? Yeah, it should produce alcohol. Oh, I missed the middle step. That, then that. Okay, that's your loop. Go. And then we need an express end-to-end on that new line. Start with this, because we have actually got enough for you to do the milk once. Good, never again. And then we want to do your cotton. So, cotton to here to goods. So back to where you started. Where you get turned into sugar. Which you then take up to here. Which you return as food to begin your loop again. And then what I would like to add in is these two. And I don't think there's any sane way of... Well, that's not that bad. Yeah, it's only money. And so what? These will go to here. Which actually I should build another station so they don't have to turn the corner unnecessarily. Which actually I should use you for as well, so... It's this to here. To goods. To here. To sugar. To here. To food. To back to the start of your loop. And we hope that we can get that there. That there. I think they'll let me do that one. They will let us do that one, but I don't know whether I'd be able to escape. I could escape if I blow up that house. And honestly, do we care about the people of Wisbech? Not really. I'm willing to blow up their house if I have to. No, 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 no. Problem is that's going to be too late. Oh. No. Slightly back in time. Throw money at myself. No. Well, we're in forever personal debt. And the other guy scooped up all the shares. Grumble, grumble. Wait, what? Oh no, that's okay. It is going up, just slowly. But nah. Too tedious, sorry. Too tedious / well... It really wants you to take over one of these. It would have been fine if we could buy our own stock back, but they disallow that as well, which is... If the AI is going to have the ability to build infinite track and you aren't, at least let you manipulate your own stock price a little bit. It is certainly a lovely map in terms of all of the hundreds of cities. But it should let you connect to London, your own, rather than forcing you to buy out one of these things. And it should be more transparent about how you expand to adjacent things, rather than the invisible system. There are hidden territories that will stop certain routes. Okay, give me a short break. Refill my drink, and we'll have a look at maybe Solar Rail. Which is called... Lolland. This. But first, let me refill my drink. Yeah. Okay. Back. Cheers all. Hello and welcome to the Bob Plays Railroad Tycoon 2. Choo Choo Tuesday. We're having a look at the Lolland map. Yes. Go. The Sugar Isles of Denmark are often laid field to less successful railroads. Can you do better? Bronze. Net worth, personal, 5 mil, company 10, silver, 1030, gold, 3050. Be the only surviving enemy, 40 years. So what do we actually have here? Oh wow, it produces a holy! Yeah, no longer Finn Boy's fancy fantastic trains. La rail. And there's one of these that is a sun. That is a stupid amount of, housing. Like, stupidly big amount of housing. Do we start with access to everything? Rudjburg, Hudjorbsley, Ravensborg, Maribor, Saxkobing, Nor Alsley, Stubberkobbing, Steifalster, Nick Bing. That almost sounds like Chinese. Neisted, Holby, Rodby. I mean, there's no way we turn down that giant city, right? Though there are other giant cities. Oh, well, there are more of them. This one. Here. So there looks pretty good. Okay, we miss out on one house on the corner, but it gets to be a perfectly straight section of track. Gonna have more houses than we could know what to do with. One, two, three, four, five, six, seven. 7.5 pairs of houses. Rubber? Sugar into rubber? Madness. What is Denmark going to do with rubber? Are there auto plants here? Why rubber? Oh, because we have tire factories. Okay. Sure, then there's a reason for rubber. And what choo-choos are available? The Mighty Mogul. Not to argue with the Mogul. The Consolidation's also a strong choice. Marginally faster. I do like the extra reliability here, though. That said, if you're dealing with lighter carriages, then this is noticeably faster. How heavy are the carriages at the moment? I can't tell until I have a train. So we're just going to accept a Mogul. Okay, and advisors. They suck. Try cycling you once. Twice. Yes, I will accept you, cheaper loan man. Rodby's supposed to be Rodby. I don't think they have support for umlauts or strike-through letters in this, so yes. Standing, water, post office, saloon, restaurant. This end can have a post office and a saloon, but maybe nothing else because we're too poor at the moment. Okay, let that go. They should have done OE for O. Just like umlauts. And then this looks a bit silly, right? The train is travelling 2 times its distance. Well, 2 times its own length between these cities. I don't quite like that. I prefer a sense of scale. The Solar... Slipstreamer? It's more a question of the map. But yes. You're not aerodynamic? It's about the slipstream you induce behind you. Restaurant. Hotel. How big is it? Is it bigger than Kangaroo Island? Or is it a tiny island? Yeah. No, it's a big island. Lolland's pretty reasonably sized. It's not a baby island. Oh no, that was Poland. That was area of Poland, not area of Lolland. Stupid autocorrect. Okay, so Lolland is smaller than Kangaroo Island. Easy mistake. Look, that's Google. Okay. No, we don't build the cities here, Seru. We do choo-choo trains. At the moment, we're running a choo-choo train between Rodbury and Rodby Haven. And there are an insane number of passengers. To the point where we could almost have 2 of these. Which seems ludicrous on such a short section of track. But once it gets overwhelmed, I could extend somewhere else and then go back to only having 1. Roken, this is nothing like Australia, Lord Seru. This is Lolland. That one of those 3 little islands that connects between Denmark, left-hand side, and Copenhagen Island. Ice Cream Island. One more. Okay, $1 million in 1 year. Then this is trivial. Right? Well, getting our personal wealth that high might be higher. That high might be harder. But I think this is kind of trivially easy from the looks of it. Both ends have bakeries. So I'm all for going and grabbing this sugar. And adding it to the network. No, as in... Connect, as in it's a land... It's a straight crossing that you can walk across. It's not like that other little island that's off in the middle of the Baltic that you can't... You have to get to by boat. Grain silo and water. Check. Looks good. Finally exhausted the supply of passengers. Now it's all bridges. Look at the upside. Bridges means you can have trains. 2, 3. Actually, it looks like we might need a separate one. So mogul it is. Sugar here, there. And then do it the other way around. Sugar there, here. Raging Roland? But Roland is the good brother. We just played Might and Magic 2, Heroes of. Roland is the good brother, just and honest. Archibald was not so good. Okay, so I've added in food. What else could we do? Can we do goods? Do you produce any cotton or wool, Lowland? No, there's no cotton. There is some wool, though. Team Rocket needs no trains. I feel like there were train episodes of Pokemon. Japan loves trains, so of course there'd be train episodes of Pokemon. You know what? I think we buy back our own shares at this stage. Done. We own a fifth of the company. Carrying ferry passenger trains across. Wow. Wow. Cool. Do we need to build connectedly? We do not, so I can connect 2 other big cities as the next thing to do. The Rodby Cannonball? Sure. Actually, the other end can use steel, so stop. How are you producing steel, friend? Because the coast produces steel, okay? Then grab those bits of steel. It's Tuesday, innit? It is, Super Cheese. It is. We love Tuesday. Wait, where did the rest of the sugar go? Oh, half of it got turned into rubber. Well, stupid. Bloody foreigners buying all the sugar. Solar Rail splits 4 for 1. You own about 1/5 of the company in hand-wavy terms. Now they're making a tunnel? By the time you get there, there'll be 6 sugar. That's all good. Mail, mail, passenger, dining, passenger, passenger. Only 2. The rest can be mail. The next guy's probably going to grab goods, and we've got enough money to think about another place. So this to Horseland. That sounds suspiciously like Horseland. Don't know that I can support developing Horseland. Here to here looks good, though. This might also get to be one continuous... No, we need to have a zigzag, sadly. Followed by Finland. As long as it's not the Horseland train. Okay. Easily enough passengers. Easily enough passengers. We'll say 2 more. 1. Then at this end, said we wanted 2. Done. Saloon, post office. Saloon, post office. Can't afford anything else at the moment. So how are you generating goods, friend? Oh, from the steel. Yeah, okay. Now we can afford those things. Roundhouse, hotel, standing water, restaurant. Do. Need to do the other end. Horseland. You have betrayed me, Salar. Horseland. Grab the steel. Three mail. You know what? Don't take the mail. Take only the goods. Now on this side, it only gets turned into food because there's no nasty foreigners buying all the sugar. That's fine. This end needed its everything. And what we could afford to add in is that. Now we can do the same sort of food and... Yoink, yoink, yoink. Food to deliver to Celested, and in the other direction, sheep to Celested to goods to there. And if we're rich enough, we might add in a little diversion to go pick up bugger. To go pick up those sheep as well. There. This doesn't have a port, so we don't need to worry about it transforming the goods into steel. Two goods do. Yeah, and that should be fine. It's almost certainly going to be worth buying the sugar things. Buy. We need a customs house here for the naughty foreigners eating all the sugar. And the goods. Does Rodbury want oil? It does want oil. So you know what? That oil that you just made out of the goods, yoink that back across. This is about to be profitable. So are these. Thing, empty, run back. We're not so late in the timeline that cities don't still use coal. One steel check, one passenger check. But you know what? Actually, just grab 6 coal. There's 6 coal to grab. Do it. Only passengers. One mail. We've definitely got the money for some more purchases, so we'll look at purchasing this, and this, and this. That looks good. And then these two, you, and that one. Done. The express train has been cancelled. Unless you have coal bricks, then you may travel along. Good, you're doing your job perfectly. Passenger, 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 mail, steel. Maybe next time oil. All passengers. Next time there's not going to be that much coal. Maybe an oil though. This corner has murdered this train's speed. It's a flat corner, you shouldn't have that much trouble, guy. Thing. 2 goods. There's nothing else to take. It almost looks like we need a second one of these. So I guess we can have a second one. Why not? Only one mail. Only one mail. Only one mail. That's enough money for another connection between some big cities. This will do nicely. I'm hoping that is short enough that we can get away with just one. Go. Solar Rail splits 3 for 1. Everyone is happy. Revenue is up. Net worth is up. Kind of looks like maybe we could change to having 2 of these. That breakdown's caused some problems. Everyone's queued up behind them. Seriously, you're in a station. You have just had maintenance and you explode. Good. There is nothing other than passengers. Someone wasn't watching the pressure. Boom! Wait, what? Oh, because you're doing both. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, can we buy back some more stock? Not really, it's still stupidly expensive. Company value is about 12 mil, and we needed to get to what? 50? Let's find another location to connect up. I like here to here. It's gonna need a turn. But only one, that's not too bad. We can grab those logs. This can process the logs. Produce. Not so using produce. What about the other end? This end also doesn't use produce. We can use oil, or cow, or milk. And there is milk. So... that. To there. And we wouldn't mind sugar and grain. It can go to both ends. Might be able to grab it here. Yes. Do I care? I guess I'd prefer it there. A bit overkill, but sure, we'll have a roundhouse in the middle. This end needs everything. Done. Now we need 2 end-to-end expresses. One, 2. We need the milk one. So your job is to grab 2 of these, convert them into milk, milk into food, food to the other end. Done. Then we need the food ones, so this to here to the other end, then this to that to the other end. Sugar and grain becomes food. Sugar and grain becomes food. Once a year. Now some of that sugar is actually going to become rubber instead of food. So at the Nuskov end, you probably only get 4 food rather than 5. Let that go. Then we would like to add in goods to that one, to that network. Can't really. There are no sources of goods. Speed up. Oh yes, and I forgot about the logs one. So, logs, lumber, other end. Investors are pleased. They cut our salary? Come on. Boo! One, 2, 3. Oil. That's all. Free mail. We should seek greater remuneration elsewhere. What else could we add? You're not big enough. One diagonal there to up here would let us add this to this and this to this. Oh wow, there's a BOGO! Something like that, and then that looks about perfect. Yes, we don't accidentally eat any of the other city. Woo. And then up here. Lovely. Post office and saloon to start with. We can't afford anything else. These cities will be able to do goods and paper? No, goods and lumber. Goods with just a little bit of an expansion out there. Food is going to be a bit harder. Start with the lumber. Sometimes there. Sometimes there. And sometimes you deliver it to yourself. Cool. That's lumber. Then we wanted one end-to-end express, two end-to-end expresses. Good enough. Standing water. Standing water. Maintenance, maintenance, and then we're happy. Until we can afford the big restaurants and hotels. Food, just because there's spare food. You might as well grab the extra grain. Or actually, you can't because you're full of other stuff. We can also do paper. Oh, well, bugger. I mean, that's all the more reason to have the 2 sets of paper thing. So you know what? We're rewriting you. You go here, 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 here. Here, here, there. Okay, we might as well have 2 of them. And then we can also add in paper. Cool, and let's see if there's a better advisor. There is not. That was the second one of these. And then the paper one. Pulpwood to paper to there, pulpwood to paper to there, pulpwood to paper to there. Now they all want paper, right? Yes. 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 And even this can have paper as well if we also do pulpwood to paper to there. Perfect. Everywhere here gets serviced with paper. Next, we would like to add in food. But there are other things, like hotel, restaurant, hotel. No, not for you. For this one, though, hotel, restaurant. Hotel, restaurant. And hotel, restaurant. Good. Start saving up the wool. That is a bit awkward, and I'm willing to spend the money building a bigger station if that's what's needed to make that a straight line. Beautiful. And the goods one. So, wool here, here, wool here, there, wool here, there. We'll make it 3. That's good. One passenger. Three passengers. This line is currently a little busy. I reckon these two are the 2 to add in. I can't reach the milk as well. So we live without the milk. And now we add in food over this loop. So grain to food to here, grain to food to there, grain to food to there. Actually, just 4. Good. Well, guess I'll accept you might want sanding and water. And maintenance. And the same for this end one. Now that there's a little side branch, it's not getting service. Two and 1. And done. And 2 and 2. Yes. Grab what you can. And I've just realized that we could also do food here, there, as one last one. So that this city as well is also getting its food needs met. Buy that, it's going to be making good money. So are these two things. If we allow that connection, then we could start doing goods across to you. Bugger. What are we going to do about that? I guess we blow you up. Maybe make you a medium station. Okay. And then we need this guy. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4 goods here. 1, 2, 3, 4 goods there. Or, you know what? Wait for 3 here, there. That's your life. Wait for 3 here, there. Your life is going to involve a lot more waiting. And now we've got 1 extra sugar, 2 extra sugars to deal with. So 3 here, there. Unless you can do... Actually, we'll do it the other way. You... Well, should we? No, we should do it that way around. 3 to 3. We're done. And... 3 to 3 to done. Yeah, that should be fine. Sure, we can make it 3, but middle amount of weight. This needs a customs house to help sell the food to the nasty foreigners. Turning it into rubber. Oh no, turning it into coal, sorry. Okay. $22 million out of a required 50. Where else is worth connecting? I'm not going to get tricked into doing Horseland. But like here to here looks good. Good enough. Give it everything. The other end use steel. No. Okay. We could do paper. But other than that, we can only really do a little bit of food. Food, there, loop. And I suppose it could be pulp mill, paper, back. Here to here. The other end can't do sugar, so we don't care about optimizing for sugar. We care about optimizing for distance. Very good. Okay. Can add sugar here. You might need water. The rest you should be fine for. So this needs an express. We need to do food. 6 to where? To here. To, I mean, in theory there. Well, no, do to there. And then 6 to there. To 3 to there. Yeah, that should be fine. We could add in goods here. Try and make my own life easy by having this, which can now be both of these come to here. So goods here, there. That is your loop. And the other one, goods here, there. Done. So they've got goods, they've got food. Technically we could add in paper over there. But eh. Revenue is up. Is there a better person? Yes, 5% more money made person. Whoa, you know what? You can go coal for the moment. Now, if we really wanted, we could add in a second one here that occasionally does food. So, grain, food back. Replace it. Reckon it's time to start buying back stock, almost. Have a look. No, we need a little bit more company value before we buy back stock. So... that's not too bad. I mean, we have to blow up the milk thing, but we can blow up a milk thing, who cares? Goodbye. Well, maybe not, because maybe we can get through there. Yeah, that looks fine. Get rid of that. There will do. Either end needs everything. End-to-end express. Now do we shell out for you? You are almost twice as quick. But you cost more than twice as much. No, we'll stick with the moguls. Might as well grab the wool. Something like that. Yep. That looks fine. You could also do cow or wood. Paper. You can do milk. There is milk nearby, and there is cow near-ish. In fact, there's cow right on the line. Yeah, we'll add in the milk. Doesn't take long. I guess I'll blow that up. Build it slightly neater. Yep. So what we want is grain to cow to food to there. Done. And I guess these sugars to over there? Or to here? Probably to here. Well, I don't want to use horseland. I'm ideologically against horseland. So we'll go to the other one. Okay, so it's 6 to you to here, 6 to you to here. Two of them, because there's probably just that much production. Okay, start buying back those shares. We own about a third of the company. Speed up. Let the price come down. Wait for the middle of the year. Buy some more. Wait for the end of the year. Buy back all we can. We're not really making that much of a dent in it. The moguls are about to disappear. Exploding surprisingly frequently. Buy up some more shares. Let the price come down some. Just go mad, buy everything. We now own more than half. No, the glorious thing has died. We will have to accept prairies as the new substitute. Kind of good, because it means the share price comes down. We own 60-ish%. Wait for the end of the year. Buy back even more stock. And more stock. Six-eighths of the company. Six-sevenths of the company. Might as well say 100% of the company. Literally 100% of the company. You have complete ownership. You have no investors to worry about. You increase your own salary by $4,000. Okay, and now we just need this to get up to what? Was it 50? 50. which is like 2 more years of income. Is that not what we need? 50 mil should be it. Company book value, 50. Only surviving company, check. Personal worth, 30 mil. It's weird that they have only surviving thing and then they don't include any default amount of... Oh god, it's one of these get to the end ones then. Well, Ultra Speed 5. We got to the goal with 24 or 25 out of the 40 years used. But we need to get to the end date, seemingly. Or maybe this one's going to not trigger properly? Otherwise, I would have thought it should have triggered already. Just double check that it doesn't want anything else, right? Yeah, it absolutely doesn't. We should have met all these goals by now. So we'll see if it doesn't trigger at the end of 40. Otherwise we are done. Yeah. Just a few too many. Like, the cities are a little bit too big. That makes it a bit too easy.